That would be an interesting pet. Probably is a pet like that running around, though. All right. There's an event going on this week. Looks like we get something stylish for this. Come one, come all, for the happy season of hatching tide is upon us once more. And what an excellent season it is. The spirit? How lovely to see you again, Svarin. You remember me, yes? It's Genie Alayapo, come with another vision to share. This year I dreamt of marvelous golden eggs rising from curious flora. As we speak, our dreamers are hiding eggs in the black shroud for participants to lift from the shrubbery, thereby reenacting my dream. Successful seekers will be awarded with very stylish glasses. Totally stylish. Although no little time has passed since I've had word from dear Nonoda, who's organizing the operation, I cannot help but worry something has gone awry. If only I could go and find her myself, but alas, I have duties to attend to here. Svarin, perhaps you would be so kind as to seek Nonoda out in my stead? Thank you. I hope she has returned to Gridania safely. It would be worth checking the Aetheryte Plaza before venturing further afield. She, too, should be wearing a pair of our thematic glasses, hers in the shape of a chicken. Now, I'd say I should probably check where everybody's congregating, but, everybody's congregating over here already. My glasses? They were prized for participating in this year's Hatching Tide festivities, but... Marvelous! I chased a leafy beast and discovered a most fortuitous chicken. But for now, I must away. I look forward to these Hatching Tide festivities, these springtime delights. Oh, hello, Svarin. A happy Hatching Tide to you. How can I be of service? Geely sent you. I suppose I have been gone for a while, but I've been having trouble hiding our eggs in the arena. As I was working, these tall, thick grasses suddenly sprung forth. I tried to trim them back, but not even my best garden scythe can make the smallest impression. At best, I managed to snip a couple of leaves. Now, I cannot help but worry that our arena is carpeted not by typical brambles, but a variety of leafkin. We can hardly send our egg hunters into a nest of monsters. Oh, what to do? Ooh, nice. I'm guessing it's warm enough for them to feel comfortable wandering. Soaking up some sun. You would help? A godsend, truly. Then let us start by gathering information about this peculiar plant. Though I know adventurers generally prefer to slay monsters first and ask questions later. I shall head for the Botanist's Guild. In the meantime, if you could ask around the Carling Canopy regarding the strange specimen, I would greatly appreciate it. Here, take one of the leaves I managed to salvage. Let us reconvene at the Aetheryte Plaza once we have gathered what information we can. Greetings, adventure. Have you come seeking a contract? I imagine the free bird seed is what seals the deal for them. Miss Leaf, I dare say it comes from some variety of flytrap. We often receive petitions regarding roselets, but I don't believe I've seen leafkin of this particular shade of green. Curious. Just as typical plant life flourishes during the season, so too do leafkin. I would not be surprised if some aberrant strain had developed in the process. If you require assistance in culling it, do not hesitate to ask. Nah, I think I can handle it myself. Welcome to the Carling Canopy. If there's any way I might be of service, you need only ask. What can you tell me about this plant? Well, I'm well versed in the leaves steeped for myriad teas. My knowledge can offer no insight in this particular specimen. My apologies. However, we did have a guest come in search of strange leafkin just moments ago. An elegant gentleman wearing shaded spectacles. He introduced himself as an alchemist specializing in the study of wild beasts. Well, he did seem somewhat eccentric. Perhaps an expert of his standing might offer the assistance you require. I believe he said he was bound for Old Gridania should you desire to seek him out. Hey there, handsome. You looking to hire? I'm good with a lance. I mean, I guess flattery will get you places, but there's a difference between flattery and flirting. Well, I recognize this. The whole swarm of this leafkin was crowding a little corner of the Black Shroud just the other day. Never seen anything quite like it, so I tried giving it a poke. But would you believe it? The leaves and flowers just kept growing back, easy as you please. Eventually, I just gave up. There's one thing I can't stand, is feeling impotent. Sir. You're back. Perfect timing. According to the folks of the Botanist's Guild, the leaf belongs to a type of highly durable leafkin. So durable, in fact, that the pieces you and I possess are apparently still very much alive. What did you discover? So others have been similarly unsuccessful in cutting them back, in which case developing an alternative strategy does seem in order. The alchemist you mentioned seems like a good lead, don't you think? An Ellison with shaded spectacles. Perhaps that was the fellow with whom I was speaking earlier. He did say something about chasing a leafy beast, after all. Let's head over and see if we can't find him. Oh, the fortuitous chicken has found me again, along with a gentleman of adventure. Yes, that sounds like me. Ravenous for Leafkin, large and small, the wayfaring alchemist Herberin at your service. What? Why, this is the very leaf I've been pursuing for moons upon moons. Moons upon moons upon moons upon moons. That is to say, if you are seeking assistance in combating this menace, I would be happy to help. We would be much obliged. As an alchemist, would you see that some sort of concoction might be effective against this creature? Oh, ho, ho, doubt you not the efficacy of my concoctions, little chicken. With this aberrant leaf in his possession, her Baron the Great can finally realize his purpose for traveling to the Twelveswood, can finally seize his quarry by the stalk and wrestle it into submission. But my enthusiasm overcomes me. You see, as I was poring over Leafkin of this very persuasion, my eyeballs were subjected to quite a piece of mischief. Since then, they burn like all seven hells if exposed to sunlight, wind, or most anything. Oh, that's gotta be awful. So long as I wear these tinted lenses, I can remain upright and free of blinding pain and nausea for several bells at a time, quite long enough to brew a tincture that shall spare you both a similar fate. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have ingredients to procure from the shaded bower. Wait, at least allow me to foot the bill. Just the bare sight of that leaf has imbued me with untold mercantile stamina, like lightning flashed my gill, and like a mountain grew my spoils. Now then, I must gather my thoughts. Leafkin in question is a troublesome strain of flytrap, possessed of vitality so great that it sprouts forth with abundance from the very spot it has been shorn. Therefore, by thwarting its regenerative properties, we may cut this terror down to size, not only in the metaphorical sense, but the literal. You two have living pieces of its tender floral flesh. Combined with my chosen ingredients, they should yield a distillation that will forestall the creature's recovery. The effects will be temporary, but a skilled hand needs only a few moments, no? Soak your scythe in her baron's bane and mow with all your might. What wonderful news! Can you imagine if the creatures were only susceptible to fire? An egg hunt through a field of ash is hardly what Geely dreamed of. Heavens forfend, my dear chicken, the act of snipping in itself has transcended communication, or so they say. To inhale the life breath of the forest, to welcome within one's heart the bounties of the land, to occasionally have one's eyes squirted with burning venom, these are the experiences we live for. Not to mention all the free samples of plant life to be gained along the way. You're not liable to keel over at any moment. I would like nothing better than to slice the shrubbery by your side. However, I have every confidence that a brave adventurer such as yourself will succeed where I have failed. Now, let us commence. Make me the happiest man in the realm and bestow upon me your leaves. Just as oil dissolves oil, the extracts from this leaf shall counteract their own regenerative properties. Whereby this should be brought thusly, and that should be, yes, from all angles may this scythe strike true. Ooh, pretty. Oh dear. I offer up my masterpiece, my soul, my well-lubricated garden scythe. In your hands, may it hack away our hardships.
You can leave the rest to me, but also, do you want me to, like, concoct something to help counteract the venom or something? I could do that. I'm a pretty skilled alchemist.
Now that our garden scythe is equipped to cut back the fly traps, we are one step closer to reclaiming our arena. Rest assured, your efforts will be rewarded with exclusive hatching-tied gifts. But, do take care to avoid any squirting venom.
Yeah, I've only got one working eye. I'd rather not lose that, too.
Our bear in the upright would like to join this sortie to observe the effects of his alchemical miracle, insofar as they can be observed with scalded eyeballs. Of course, let us watch Svern's work from a safe distance. Our arena is a fair walk from here, so I will have the dreamers arrange for a chocobo carriage. Come and find me when you are ready to depart.
No, really, do you want something for that venom?
Ready to clear our arena of troublesome sprigs and stalks? Just say the word and an egg usher shall whisk us away. You can now participate in sprig cleaning. Wield a special garden scythe to slay troublesome traps and retrieve Archon eggs. All classes and jobs are eligible to participate in sprig cleaning. Speak with the egg ushers in Mikedo's amphitheater or their acorn orchard to travel to the arena. When you are ready, I shall escort you to the egg arena. If I may provide any further assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. In order to continue this quest, you must first clear 4 stages of sprig cleaning. You may learn more about sprig cleaning by speaking with the egg usher. Let's just go on in. There they are, those troublesome traps crowding the arena. Use the garden scythe her baron prepared for us and start hacking away. You've dominated our foes. Sally forth, my friend. Oh, what resplendent beauty do I spy amongst the weeds? Bring me its flesh. Bring it to me. What connection, what spirit! Those marvelous creatures clearly inspire your greater talents. Shrubbery has been defeated. Onwards! This is the last area we need trimmed. I know it's a lot to ask, but I have every faith in you. Magnificent work. Thanks to you, our hatching tide participants may search for eggs in safety and comfort. Indeed, my alchemical solution exceeded even my own expectations. You have delivered me a vision, a dream. To mention sprigs of a most troublesome trap. I shall probe, how I shall stare, all without risk to what remains of my vision. Hoo-hoo! Well, I'm glad he seems pleased with the results. Go ahead and tell Geely that our egg hunt may proceed as scheduled. Our arena was filled with leafkin. No wonder preparations were taking longer than expected. I am glad to hear the issue has been resolved and that everyone emerged unscathed. Not only did Svarin clean up those sprigs and sprouts, he also managed to retrieve what eggs were lost to the foliage. We should be ready to hide the eggs anew and begin the festivities. I would like to thank the alchemist who was so crucial to the operation. Do you think Master Herbarian is still in Gridania? Eureka! The man himself. You sound, cheerful. Fair chicken cheerful does not describe the half of my mood, for her Baron the Peerless has made a discovery for the ages. From the leafkin samples you provided me, I was able to concoct a regenerative ointment for my poor blistered eyeballs. I'm cured! Oh, good. My habit of sticking my face too close to my object of study has, at long last, served me well. For where once venom splashed, so too did an antidote. Can you imagine how else we might manipulate the properties of these fantastic creatures? We could develop cures upon cures, devise agents upon agents. We are witness to a golden age of alchemy, rising resplendent from fields of fell leafkin. Goodness, this must be what the eggs in my dream represented. The bright hopes for the future that this discovery portends. So it was you, my oval comrades, who spoke of destiny. Had I but listened... Alas, her Baron has been a fool. But no longer. I shall hereby heed the wisdom of Egg and continue my work with full faculties. All thanks to you. You seem to possess a greater appreciation for the spirit of Hatching Tide, and also a pair of our promotional glasses. Oh, these? These I wear not for protection against the elements, but as a reminder of the catalyst that changed my fate forevermore. It does me proud to see how Hatching Tide brings joy to one and all, and our celebrations have but scarcely begun. Farm, please accept these glasses as a token of our appreciation. You have more than earned them. Our dreamers will continue patrols of the arena, but we may well need some further trimming. Your assistance will be much appreciated, and rewarded with special Hatching Tide gifts. Everybody's dancing. Dancing for joy. You can participate in sprig cleaning as many times as you wish by speaking with the egg ushers in Mikedo's Amphitheater or the Acorn Orchard. Race against the clock as you slash your way through endless stages of shrubbery and aim for the highest score possible. You may earn special brilliant eggs by completing sprig cleaning. Special brilliant eggs may be traded to the Dreamer in Mikedo's Amphitheater for gear and items. is that dreamer? Ah, there you are. I'll have to swing by and grab those prizes some other time. For now. Back to side questing. Sparring, well, this is an unexpected surprise. Not an entirely pleasant one, though it is by no fault of your own. Yep. The unmitigated gall of you, Lalai. Did you honestly believe that dragging poor Svarin here, against his will, no doubt, would convince me to agree to housing your shameful scribblings in our archives?
You're presuming a lot, ma'am.
I have said it once, and I will say it again. Until the day you renounce the depraved teachings of Kukuruka, you will find no friends here. I would see those books burn before I give them a home here, for our sake and for your own. I swear, despite that pretentious monocle, you remain as blind as a bat to the big picture. Svarin of the Black, talk some sense into this overstuffed secretary.
And shouldn't the tomes be sealed away for safekeeping?
At least one of us here is capable of communicating like an adult. I will grudgingly admit that there is one other who shares Lalai's sentiments. In fact, it is none other than our very own guildmaster, Master what's the name again? Kokabuki. It does not surprise me in the least. Come, Svarin, let us present our case to someone wise enough to understand it. Where's my noogie emote? I was wondering who might be behind the screaming and stamping that echoed all the way to this chamber. Sister Lalai, was it? Yes, it is true. I find myself rather convinced by the young lady's argument. It is all but impossible for us to prevent any and all from studying the dark arts. Why, then, not keep this dangerous knowledge close at hand, where we keep an ever-watchful eye on those who would pursue it? And yet I fear that my own view is not a popular one, and my power to influence the others is far from absolute. And so I would offer a proposal. Let us state our case directly to the head of the order, to Prioress Dulala herself, that she might pass judgment. You and Lalai shall argue in favor of accepting the tomes, and those opposing shall argue against. Should all go well, the prioress will agree to the proposal, and the tomes will have a safe home. And yet the plan is not without risk. Should your argument be less than convincing, there remains a chance Dulala may expressly forbid any further research. Why, if she is in a particularly foul mood, your very place in the order may suddenly become quite tenuous. As if there's a chance my words could be anything but persuasive. Accept. Please summon the prioress at her earliest convenience. Well, that settles it. We'd best hurry and prepare our argument. Out of our enemy's earshot, of course. Come with me, Svarin. This is our chance, Svarin. We simply must convince the prioress at all costs. The future of our art depends on it. Hmm? What is this curious sensation? A lie, I knew something was amiss. The aether within you is transforming in a most unusual way. I must admit, I have not felt quite myself lately. My head feels as heavy as stone. No, this will not do. I'm afraid I must insist that you submit to a full examination before the hearing commences. Whoop. Lalai? Lalai, can you hear me? Someone fetch a healer or a... Wait, that's me. This is no time for panicking, friend. We must carry her to the frontistery with all speed. Are you sure you yourself might not need some carrying, too? I fear it is as I suspected. The etheric balance within her has broken down entirely, and unchecked energies are now eating away at her from within. I can only assume that playing host to Shitoto's memories has put a terrible strain on her, one from which she has yet to completely recover. Yes, it would seem that her mind and spirit are in mortal peril. I have never witnessed this degree of etheric imbalance before. I do not suppose you have.
Well, I saw a world consumed by light.
I see. I can scarcely imagine all you have witnessed in your travels, but an imbalance of aether similar to what I now observe in Lalai would appear to be behind the phenomena you describe. We can assume that the memories of Shitoto taking up residence in Lalai's corporeal form stimulated her etheric flow, causing it to shift violently in an astral direction. Then it only stands to reason we could restore balance by introducing a counteracting umbral aspect. At the 12, I think I've got it, and yet the process will not be quick, nor easy. I suppose we've no choice but to ask Master Kokobuki to delay the hearing. Delay the hearing? Have you lost what little wits you had? Why, if word got out that my condition was the result of my pursuit of the dark arts, it would all be but Celia Yaki's case against me. No, we must proceed as planned before our opponents are the wiser. Svarin, here's my magnum opus, the fruits of all we went through together. I'll leave them in your capable hands. Go on ahead, and I will be along in due time. Are you mad? You can't possibly mean to attend the proceedings in your current condition. Of course not. Fortunately, I just so happen to know a healer who, despite being an inseparable stick in the mud, has proven himself more than capable in the healing arts. Lie. Very well. Leave it to me. I will see that you are back on your feet before the judgment is rendered. Until then, I suppose it is up to Svarin here. Godspeed, my friend. Well, I will be joining the proceedings a touch late, you say. That is most unlike her, to say the least. She has entrusted her records to you? Very well. With any luck, we will be able to use them to our advantage. Now, allow me to see them. The prioress will be here all too soon. The lie has not even the courtesy to arrive on time to the hearing she herself requested. I swear, the woman's selfishness knows no bounds. I move that her request be dismissed immediately. It is for her own good. Her own good? Yes, it is as I suspected. You speak from your own experience, don't you, child? I recall that you, too, once took an unpopular position in support of your erstwhile master, Mumuepo, one that earned you only the ire of your brothers and sisters. Yes, and what of it? I fought for a hopeless cause that in the end served only to isolate me from my peers. Is it so wrong that I wish to save Lalai from a similar fate? She must abandon this farce at once and return to her rightful place in the Order. To this I cannot agree. In the short time before these proceedings, I perused what I could of these tomes. In their pages are writ not only forbidden secrets of black magic, but accounts of astounding phenomena the likes of which even I could scarcely imagine. Lalai conducted her research without the support or interference of the Order, and the fruits that that research has borne cannot be denied. While our guild could not support 1,000 others like her, I see little to gain from stifling one woman's passion and forcing her to work within such rigid rules and regulations. The merits of both arguments are not lost on me, and yet I must confess a degree of ignorance about the matter at hand. All know that black magic was forbidden for its role in bringing disaster to our world, and yet you still practice this art. Tell me, adventurer, is this magic as calamitous as the rumors say?
Depends on who wields it and to what end.
If I understand you correctly, you would argue that in the right hands, even the art of destruction might serve the greater good. And yet, how are we to be certain that this sister Lalai can be trusted with such potentially ruinous knowledge? My apologies, Prioress. By your leave, I would tell my tale. Black magic is an inherently dangerous art. This I cannot and will not deny. Never would I suggest that even a single mage pursue this path without full knowledge of the perils that lie ahead. That is precisely why I have recorded in painstaking detail not only the arcane knowledge I have gleaned, but every last one of the myriad phenomena, both wondrous and terrifying, I've experienced in its pursuit. Unbreakable bonds formed with beastmen we once thought our sworn enemy, bodies and souls consumed by the pursuit of forbidden knowledge, an unspeakable calamity revisited upon our world after millennia. We must leave this knowledge to posterity, that our sons and daughters do not repeat the mistakes of our past. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. This is the crux of your argument, yes? Very well. Master Kokobuki, I hereby order you to establish a research organization under the auspices of your guild to further study the impact of black magic. I also grant you permission to store the aforementioned tomes in your archives, under the condition that Sister Lalai oversees them. Understood. I will see that both the tomes and Lalai herself find a safe home within our halls. I am still not entirely convinced, but if the guildmaster himself is willing to accept responsibility, I have no reason to oppose. Prioress Dulala, Master Kokobuki, I cannot thank you enough. Mark my words, you will not regret this decision. I'll see to it that this knowledge is passed down as it should be, that the errors of our past will never be repeated. Well, I do believe the proceedings went about as well as could be expected. I suppose this means that Lalai is now directly under my supervision. I don't think you'll be getting free reign around here simply because I vouched for you, child. I expect regular reports on any and all of your findings. Only through transparency will black magic ever be accepted by doubters and skeptics. Understood. I shall begin to prepare my first report at once. But before that, there is another with whom I'd like to share these tidings. That is, by your leave, Guildmaster. I believe you know well of whom I speak. He awaits us at the Sacrarium. Come along, Svarin. And so, you see, I simply thought that, well... Whatever is the matter, Lalai, this is your moment of triumph. I would expect you to be more triumphant. Of course I am. It is simply that, well, clearly I could not have... I did not accomplish this on my own, so... Svarin of the Black, and yes, you as well, Zaya Nelha, you have my deepest gratitude. Well, I dare say this has been a momentous day in more ways than one. Once again, Lalai, my congratulations, and you are most welcome. And with that, I should be on my way. When next we meet, I would introduce my colleagues from Stillglade Fane. Now that you are no longer a pariah, I suppose they would not be averse to exchanging knowledge with you. And just when I was beginning to take a liking to that dolt. At any rate, though my official position may have changed, my mission remains the same. I would do all in my power to preserve our art for future generations. May continue to lend me your aid, Svarin of the Black. There. Darn, I was just about to contact the Science to ask after my sister, and here you are to provide a report in person. What news? To the first? One of the 13 reflections, you mean? I thought my field of expertise a complicated one, but I struggled to comprehend the enormity of your tale. Still, Stola seems to be faring well enough, and for that I am grateful. Oh, yes, before I forget, I actually had a message to pass on to you. You recall Summoner Judge Samu, formerly of the Company of Heroes and current member of the Immortal Flames Summoner Squad? He commands both an Ifrit and Titan Eggie, and is likely one of the more seasoned... well, I am sure you remember. He's in Gridania on leave, as it happens, and asked me to direct you to the Caroline Canopy should you stop by for one of your unpredictable visits. I believe he wished to consult you on some private matter, so it'd be kind of you to lend him an ear if you've a moment or two to spare. Bloody hells, I was just thinking about you, and there you are. Yumitra had a word on your behalf, I take it. Well, let's not stand on ceremony. I'll not mince words with you. I need some advice concerning summoners in mortal combat. They tell me of a special nature what prevents primals from enthralling your mind. What I want to know is, what's your thinking on being sent out to the front lines every time a beast tribe scrapes together a pile of crystals?
I'm happy to be able to help.
So you just see it as your rightful place? Yeah, that too. Folk need your help, and you've been blessed with the means to help them? Oh, that's one way of looking at it. Me, I'm in it for the coin. I've been ever since I sold me spells with a company of heroes. Most of the soldiers I march with ain't much different. We're happy to put our lives on the line as long as there's a purse waiting for us at the end of the day. The pair what joined in our last skirmish, though. Now there's a whole nother story. Clearly. You've heard of Arenvald and Fordola, eh? Vlad's one of the Scions, same as you. No mystery there. As for the last, he's a bit more complicated. Former officer in the Imperial Army, captured by the Resistance and steps away from the noose. Fighting for Alamigo as a conscript now, which is the only reason she's still breathing. Barely mourn sprouts, the both of them, and they was deployed with the Flames to assist with Down and Ifrit. From what I hear, they share your resistance to primal influence, and that's the whole reason they had the dubious honor of standing in the thick of the Flames. Meanwhile, me and we fellow summoners was cowering in the shadows, sending out our Eggie to support these youngsters would have seen less than 40 summers between them. I can't say I cared much for the experience. It bothered me to think they was being made to fight a battle what weren't theirs just because of who they are. Yes, that's the important thing. Do you think you could talk to them for me? Ask how they feel about the whole thing. You're about the only person I can turn to. Methinks. You'll find Ehrenwald in Ralger's Reach, and he'll know where to find Fordola. I'll tell him to meet you by the Aetheryte. Comments I would love to make, but oh boy, are those spoilers. Ugh. I'm looking forward to getting punched in the gut later. Soren, I heard you had returned from Jajisomu. What can I do for our honored champion? Jajisomu said that? Aye, we joined them against Ifrit, but I'd thought him more annoyed by our presence than concerned for our well-being. Why don't I save you some time and include Fordola in this conversation? We can visit her in her cell over in the city. Fair evening to you, Fordola. You again, and I see you've brought company. What is it now? And why are you wearing that mask? My thoughts on fighting primals? Is that what you came all the way here to ask me about? I fight because I like the idea that I can help others, the feeling that my presence is needed. Not hard to explain, considering how my own mother decided she didn't want me around. And then there was that nightmare at the Waking Sands. Abba and Ali gave their lives to save mine, and I strive to be the sort of man whose life was worth saving. Oh yeah, that's right. How very honorable, but no such lofty ideals rule my actions. My own will doesn't come into it. Fighting was part of the deal when they conscripted me with the other convicts. I follow orders, I get to live. And if I died on the battlefield, no one would shed a tear. Don't say that. You think I'd be glad to see you killed? You'd be about the only person who wasn't. And what about you, hero? You're usually the first one they throw into the dragon's maw. Let's hear what battles you've been made to fight.
Oh boy, howdy.
Yeah, that's a more important question. Are you having fun?
Join the struggles of a man seeking to save a companion.
You're saying you were involved in the affairs of a man who had passed through the rift between worlds? Someone who's been wandering as a ghost for 100 years.
Yeah, I mean, I usually help out ghosts. That's kind of my thing.
I'm not sure if you're the realm's greatest champion or the realm's greatest liar.
Hey, come on now.
I believe you, Svar, and I want to follow the path you walk. Even if I can never hope to carry the same burdens, I can at least work towards having a sturdier back. Speaking of burdens, you know a little something about that, don't you, Fordola? You weren't fighting for yourself after all, but for your comrades. We are not so Very interesting indeed. Don't pretend my gift is anything like yours. I wanted it, asked for it even, but got more burden than I bargained for. How many souls were sacrificed for that research? No, the power they gave me was tainted from the beginning. But if I could do some good with it, then maybe they didn't die for naught. Satisfied? Then leave me be. I've got training to do. Yep. Aaronvold's befriending you. Get used to it. You're waiting for the lad in silver armor. He should be out of there soon. She still snarls like a chained dog. Amidst all that growling, though, she gave us a glimpse of her true self. Enough that I'll know when to lend a shoulder, even if she wouldn't let me see her suffering. Now, don't be getting the wrong idea. Same age, same homeland. I can't help but care a little about what happens to her. Anyway, I have my own training to think of. Give my regards to Summoner Judge Isamu. You've been to see them two youngsters, then? Huh. So, that's the way of it, eh? Well, I shouldn't be surprised, considering the example they've been given to follow. And now that I know how they're approaching these fights, I can adjust my own tactics accordingly. One's passionate and the other's reckless, so they'll both need some watchful support. I'll do what I can to stand in for ye, though I doubt I'll ever replace ye. They'll call me the second best summoner in Eorzea. That for humble. Right, I think it's past time I was on me way. Give me best to Yamitra's far, and thanks for humoring me request. Everything went well with the lieutenant, I trust? I won't pry into the details, but I am glad to see you looking so content. Master summoning is an arduous journey, yet I imagine the going is made far smoother with a mentor such as you. I am somewhat envious of your younger colleagues. And if I am to mirror their progress, I must not allow my own scholarly research to fall by the wayside. Good day to you, Soren. trying to remember where it is. That's it in Limsa. Ah, yes. If it isn't Svarin in the flesh, it has been quite some time, hasn't it? Earthshot keeps me apprised of any tales of your heroism that reach her ears, and I must say, they never fail to inspire me to reach for greater martial and tactical heights. I have thus been seizing upon every opportunity to hone my skills, be it through employment or study. In fact, I have an appointment with Surito Karito shortly to review mariner stratagems for securing thoroughfares and byways. Would you care to join me? Excellent. It will be a pleasure to train alongside you again. I shall meet you at Camp Bronze Lake. Surito Karito awaits us there. My, what a pleasant surprise. I was unaware that you would be joining us today. Heavens, is that Svarin I spy? Hey Toto, a true pleasure to see you. Have you come for the exercises as well? Of course. It may have been well over a millennium ago that I began my studies, but I am still a student with much to learn. Though I am somewhat hampered by the small matter that is my inability to summon a fairy whilst trapped in this grotesque form. You are hardly grotesque, my lady, and I'm confident that there is some way you might once again call forth a fairy. You need only find a way to tap the royal marine spirit within you, come hells or high water. Let us hope you are right. Doubt not that he is. But first, given how rare this opportunity is, might I suggest that we begin by asking Svarn to regale us with tales of his recent endeavors? There's much we might learn from them. Shall we talk about Giot's growth or Limit's journey? I think Limit's journey is a bit more, relevant to the situation at hand. With Limit, she, and then Giot, sob, I'm so proud of them. Limit's drive to save her sister, no matter what it cost her. It reminds me of my father. I can scarce believe you traveled to another world entirely. Were it anyone else, I would doubt the veracity of their words, but I can only envy you. You must have gained much insight into the nature of our own star. You could say that. The concept of stone blight fascinates me. Not only contagious, transforms the body. I cannot but draw parallels between it and the Nemean plague. What were you able to discern about the magic utilized in curing it? Perhaps the application of a high concentration of aether. But how? Might crystals serve to amplify? Assuming so. It may work. The similarities of stone blight to our own affliction, this may well be the key to a cure for the Nemean plague. You mean to say that my body and my ability to cast healing magic could be restored? Precisely. It will be a complex process involving trial and error, of course, but I assume you are interested nevertheless? Very good. Your assistance will hasten the process considerably. De Toto, I would have your aid in preparing the experimental compound. We will require instruments that allow for a high degree of precision. Alkazolka, you must consult an expert goldsmith to procure suitable supplies. I believe you might make use of revival root as well, though I know of no better source of it than the aged treants of snake mold. It'll be something of a walk, I realize, but can I entrust this task to you? Yeah, sure. A challenge befitting the Royal Marines, and to it we shall rise. Should probably bother Addiston while I'm in the area. Knock another side quest off the list. Hi there. Yes, I'm Adistan, one ever listening to the shroud. Pray tell, why have you sought me out? You are come at Lorian's urging? Good heavens, the elementals smile upon me, sending one of the brave souls who smote the cultists within Amdapor Keep. Well met, my friend. I am here at Arun Senna's behest to investigate the keep. You are here because of my findings. Terrible things fester within those ruins, and someone must destroy them. Yes, even though the lambs of Dalamud and their dealings with Voidsent plague us no longer, the fell presence hanging over the place grows stronger by the day. Woodwheelers ventured into the keep to find the cause. Their reports were chilling. Someone has completed the cultist rituals and summoned the most ghastly of Voidsent. While over them reigns a leader, peerless in might and malice. You must fell this Voidsent lord and so dispel the foulness hanging over the ruins. Maxine guards the gates of Amdapor Keep. I shall alert her to your coming. Now go, my friend, and may the elementals guide you to victory. What brings you back to this tainted place, adventure? Ah, so you are the one who has answered Brother Addiston's call to enter the ruins. I warn you, though, the keep has never been more perilous. The evil that dwells within has warped the forest life, turning woodland animals to brutish beasts. The place is feral. Our only hope is to slay the Voidsent at the heart of the castle. If we do not, well, I pray that the elementals guide your way through the keep, adventure, and your victory brings peace to the forest. Seriously. Speaking of being an errand bunny. Let's knock this off the list. Take a break from the side quest by going on another side quest. I'll be honest, I have expected this to instantly pop. Because that's how it usually is for healers. Alas. Want to do something productive on stream? Nah, we're gonna make you wait. Let's see how much progress we can make before we get to yoinked. Were you able to procure the root? I'm gonna get yoinked in the middle of this, I just know it. Thank you. I expect this will be sufficiently potent. Now we only need to wait Alkazulka's return, and... I knew it! I knew it! I fucking knew it!
Ugh, crap.
Yep. Yep.
There we go. There we go. Were you able to procure the root? There's the quest right in front of me, and then we'll talk to Addiston. Thank you. I expect this will be sufficiently potent. Now we only need to wait Alkazolka's return, and... Apologies, I've only just escaped. I'm acquainted with a goldsmith of some repute, and he agreed to fashion the instruments in return for my massaging him with salamander oil. Again. However, the goods themselves should be more than adequate. Ah, they're a bit oily, but presumably that will come off. In which case, we can prepare the compound at any time. However, the matter of what follows is problematic. Problematic? In what sense? Though I am fairly confident in my theory, the experimental compound is just that, experimental. I did state before that this process would involve trial and error. As the Nemean plague does not affect beasts, to test it on any but a tonberry is impossible. Yet, as its ingestion will result in disruption to the body's ethereal balance, there is a possibility that the subject may find himself worse off than before. I have no intention of inflicting such a fate on any of my brethren, naturally, and so, should I be warped beyond recognition as a result, the task of destroying me will fall to you. I cannot honestly believe we would agree to that. What if you were to test it on me instead? Absolutely not. You heard what he said. The test subject might very well become a monster. I am prepared to take the risk. Well, I'm not prepared to let you. So you would rather Surito Karito do it? If the test does fail and he becomes some sort of abomination, who would remain to continue researching the cure? It follows that I ought to be the subject. I'm supposed to accept that? Not your choice to make. Please calm yourselves. Please calm yourselves. The admixture will take some time to prepare in any case. We can discuss this later when we have all had the opportunity to think. Fine. I will do my thinking elsewhere if it's all the same to you. Don't understand. I'm merely trying to prevent her from placing herself in harm's way. I believe you too would be well served by a reprieve. Perhaps a bit of exercise? If you insist. This would be a far sight easier if they were honest with one another. As you doubtless are aware, Seitoto is quite enamored of Alkazoka. She seems disinclined to pursue the matter, however, her current condition being what it is. Yeah. Let them cool off in the lake. Though she raised a salient point, I would not have her volunteer if her primary goal is to remove that perceived obstacle. For Alkazoka to be forced to slay her, only to later learn what it was all for, doesn't bear thinking about. Why don't you go and speak with her? I expect that she is fuming somewhere in outer La Nocia. She has a tendency to wander when she is distressed. I apologize for my earlier conduct. I have no intention of changing my mind, though. My logic is sound.
It is, but are the reasons you gave truly why you volunteered?
Are they? Ah, I see. Since it's come to this, yes, I am in love with Alkazoka. And maybe, were things different, I could be content with that. If we might walk hand in hand without drawing the attention of every would-be hero within 10 malms, if my compatriots were just as free to pursue their own happiness. As it is, however, his insistence upon protecting me above all else, it chafes. I am no fool. I know that others, Alkazulka included, are stronger than I, and I am not so proud as to refuse aid on principle. It's not enough to merely live insulated from harm. I've always wanted to help people. Now more than ever, knowing firsthand the terrible toll this blight takes on all of us. Not simply my own desires that make me so adamant. Truthfully, there is no more suitable subject on whom the cure might be tested. I had not yet seen 20 summers when I was afflicted, so if it is unanticipated effects, my body will be best able to bear them. Moreover, I was one of the last to fall to the plague before we entered our lengthy slumber, meaning my illness is less advanced. If this potential cure shows results, they will present in me most quickly. Say the thought that it could fail does not frighten me would be a lie, yet, if there is a means by which I might save my people from suffering, I cannot ignore it. You followed the path of the scholar. You understand, don't you?
Yes, I think I know the feeling.
Thank you. Talking this through with you has helped to clear my head, I believe. I'm ready to speak with the others. Ah, you have returned. How are you feeling? More confident than ever. You must test the cure on me. Alka, please. I am not making this decision in haste, nor do I take it lightly. Truth be told, I'm terrified. But I need to do this. Svarn agreed, it must be me. Yes, I must admit your reasoning is sound. I appreciate that you worry for me, Alka. It means more than you know. This is my duty, my battle to fight. You can trust me to meet this foe with all I have. I vow not to quit the field until the bitter end. But if the time comes when I am no longer myself, I need to know that my fate is in good hands. In your hands. As you wish. I'll be at your side as any true mariner would. But know that I fully expect you to seize victory, come hells or high water. I will. Thank you, Alka. Very well. If the both of you are resolved, I will abide by Seitoto's decision. But before we begin, I must explain how the process is meant to work.
Yeah.
Give her a little smooch for good luck, Alka. You know you want to. First, Seitoto will drink the compound I devised. This should destabilize the ethereal composition of her body. Once she has done so, Alkazulka, you must stand at the ready with this, the gemstone retrieved from Ondapur. It shall serve as a focus.
Yeah, that too.
Svarin and Lily will channel their restorative magic through the focus, amplifying it. In theory, being exposed to a sufficient volume of curative aether will encourage Seitoto's own aether to attune to it and set itself to rights. Summon the fairy that was already summoned. So excited to help. If all are clear on what must be done, let us commence. Oh, it burns, it burns! Barn, Lily, now! I did say Toto. Oh, oh. You're truly radiant, Satoto, inside and out. Come on, you two. Think, after all this time, the endless research, we have a cure for the Nemean plague. That Surito Karito even managed to devise such a thing is remarkable enough, but to see it succeed. Without Svarn's skill as a scholar, it never would have been possible. And say, Toto, your kindness, your conviction, your strength of spirit. It inspires me to train with even greater fervor. Kiss her first, at least. Oh, come on. Alka! That is so like him. And he's still utterly oblivious to my feelings, I'm sure. It's all right, though. I never truly expected to have another chance at the life I once envisioned for myself. And now that I do, I intend to enjoy it. There's no need to rush through all of the best parts. That goes for my vocation as well. I intend to relearn the scholarly arts, starting from the basics. And with my etheric balance restored, I should be able to summon lilac properly. Someday we will be the salvation of those in need. I swear it. For the moment, however, I have much training to do if I am to be fit for the Royal Marines. To that end, I am off to find Alka. Having labored for so long, so fruitlessly, and then to see the cure realized at last, I find myself at a loss for words. I will need to monitor Seitoja's condition for a time, of course, lest there be adverse effects that were not readily apparent. But this is progress. Astounding progress toward the day when we might see all Tonberries restored to their former selves. In the meanwhile, inexperienced in matters of the heart though they are, you needn't worry over much for those two. I have confidence that they will sort themselves out in due time. Very well, in whatever worlds your travels lead you to. And thank you. I think that is everything. Better invite me to the wedding, you crazy kids. Now, you may have noticed we have a bunch of blues all around here. Precisely. bet I could do that. How long were you standing there in silence? Don't you know it's rude to... Wait, aren't you the mortal bonded to Feo? Well, now, isn't this a pleasant surprise? Your proposal I was meaning to put to you as it happens. Interested? So these Skywatchers you see all over, they're good at what they do, but even they can't tell you if it's raining or whatever back on the source, no? But with my help, they could. Aye, I could cross the rift, see what the weather's like for myself, come back, and share my knowledge with these mortals by whispering to them in their dreams. You'd do the same for the Skywatchers on the other side, too. Everyone would have all the answers and they wouldn't even know how they'd got them. Ha ha ha! Wouldn't that be grand? Your silence is all the approval I need. Off I go! Hee hee hee! Due to Lord Feo meddling with the dreams of Skywatchers in the source and the first, Skywatchers may now provide forecasts for every region regardless of their location. Well, I'm sure that'll come in handy. Ha. Yes. Svarn, have you seen Reem? She's been looking for you. Wait here, I'll go and get her. There you are. The truth is, I need your help. Now, hold on. I haven't even told you what it is yet. After you defeated Emmet South, I sensed a strange concentration of light somewhere far to the south. In the empty, the lands that were once swallowed by the flood. That would have been so sweet. Let her bowl me over in excitement. I can't tell what it is, but we have to find out. For all we know, it might even be another light warden. Whatever it may be, I don't intend to stand by and watch. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Tancred Urianger and I have a few theories that we plan to test once we find whatever's causing this. The three of us were reluctant to ask for your help, considering everything that you've been through. The thing is, you're the only person who can defeat a Light Warden without becoming one yourself, so we have no choice. While we don't want to jump to conclusions, it would be a good idea to have you there, just in case. So, will you come with us?
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Thank you, Svarn. This means a lot. First of all, let's head to the derrick in Almarang. Tancred and Urianger should have everything ready by now. Let's hold off on that for now. Got more quests to pick up. Excuse me, a word if you would be so kind. We of the Crystarium Guard have a request to make of you. Our researchers are planning to enter the Crystal Tower to learn more of its history. However, there is a problem. Now, what I am about to reveal is strictly confidential. Were word to get out, panic would spread throughout the citizenry. Our scouts have reported that ferocious beasts and bizarre machines roam the hallways. Until we can eliminate these threats, none may enter. Strange ethereal readings have also been detected, and we suspect that the phenomena are linked. The Exarch has ordered us to seek your aid in making the tower safe for our researchers to go about their work. He mentioned that you are better equipped than most to face the dangers that lurk in the tower, though he elected not to go into detail. Is this true? Then your prior experience may prove beneficial. Come, let us proceed to the entrance. Wait. Aren't you... Yes, I thought so. Svarin Darkheart, correct? You've been keeping very busy if all the rumors are to be believed. Why are you staring at me with such intensity? Pray tell, have I said something to offend you?
You can cross the rift. You of all people.
Judging by your cryptic comments, I gather I bear a resemblance to someone you know, but I can assure you that we have never met before, you and I. Don't believe me? Then let us be friends. The more you learn about me, the more you will come to realize how different I am from this other me. I am a wanderer by trade, but a minstrel at heart. A keeper of tales, a singer of songs, a preserver of forgotten truths. Yet in defiance of my itinerant nature, I have elected to remain here for a time and compose new works. You being a traveling sinner, I'm sure you've seen your share of adventures. Such stories often serve as the best sort of inspiration. Perhaps I could persuade you to regale me with one or two. Okay, talk about Titania. I am all ears, Farid.
No. I'm all ears.
The most esteemed of all Feyfolk, the venerated ruler of the Pixies in the Kingdom of Rainbows. What tragedy for Titania to go forth in defense of their subjects, only to be corrupted and transformed into that which they fought to defeat. A mad monarch, once beloved, then feared, and finally set free. There, 'tis done, and you shall be the first to hear it performed. Indeed they are. For love of the Feyfolk, the king fought light and fell, pure spirit corrupted in thrall to light's spell. 4 treasures did lead him unto the castle door, 4 treasures did free the king from torment evermore. I can only imagine the horror that must have gripped Titania in the moments before the transformation was complete, knowing that the very people you had sworn to protect would soon suffer and die by your hand. It is an all too familiar tale to those of us who have struggled to survive in the wake of the flood. We can but hope that the night's return is of comfort to their souls should some aspect of it endure. With the passing of the light, the Fae now dance beneath starlit skies. Where before they mourned, they now rejoice. You made this possible, my friend. I look forward to hearing more of your adventures. Oh boy, the extreme version. Okay. Talk about innocence. You have a tale for me, my friend. The benevolent savior who had lord over paradise itself, the only ruler fit for a stagnant monument to hedonistic excess, Lord Vothray. But of course he would claim the title of innocence for himself in the end. I cannot speak to whether or not he was a monster as a child, but I can sing of his monstrous deeds and what became of him as a man. Beneath blinding skies, the Lord of Light reigns supreme. From his lofty perch to floating fortress, he retreats to plot and scheme. Heavenly exile, born of man and sin, embrace your ascension, and fall, warden resplendent in vain pursuit of perfection. Though he summoned every ounce of his strength as a champion of light, in the end Valtteri was no match for the warriors of darkness. He wouldn't be the first to cloak himself in the trappings of righteousness. They are too common by half, some might even say. Nevertheless, I hope his example serves as a reminder of what evil men may do in the name of so-called good. You and yours did well to lay him low. No doubt you will confront other villains in the days ahead, and I should be most eager to hear your full account after. Now, Hades. Hades? I have traversed countless lands and heard innumerable tales, and yet that name is unfamiliar to me. Can you tell me more? Oh boy, hold on to your britches, my dude. The very man who flooded this world in light, that its extinction might bring about the rejoining he sought, an Ascian who lived 1,000 lives in pursuit of the single-minded goal until he fell at your hand. There's a part of me that cannot help but feel that it is not my place to tell this man's story, sing of the ambitions that spurred him to wreak such wanton destruction, and those that compelled you to see that his dream would die in vain. And yet, if you will permit me a moment's indulgence and a measure of poetic license, I would grace your ears with a tune. I call it Requiem for a Hero. His homeland lost to memory, through eons did he strive. Dark masks he wore, fell plots he hatched to keep vain hope alive. Yeah, very badass. Until the end, that fateful day, when shadow clashed with light, true name revealed his dying wish, remember us as we fade into night. A most challenging subject to put into words indeed, and yet I can take some small solace in knowing that the entirety of the tale, in all its tragic and terrible glory, will live on within you. I must say, I find it quite fascinating how this Emmett Selk chose to reveal his true name on the verge of the battle that would prove to be his downfall. I'm reminded that the Knights Blessed have a similar tradition, in which they conceal their true names outside of rare occasions, such as funerals. What significance might the act of announcing his true name have carried for him? A matter to ponder, perhaps, should you wish to fully grasp the nature of your foe, of the shadow to your light. This is comparatively closer. Let's advance this next step. I take it your preparations are complete? Listen carefully. You are to lead a party of elite troops into the tower and respond to any hostility with lethal force. Once the way is clear, the researchers can begin their expedition. Our main objective is to identify the source of the ethereal disturbance. The tower cannot be considered safe until we do. Should you encounter any opposition beyond your capabilities, you are to withdraw immediately. I wish you the best of luck. tour? You know what? Because we know it's gonna happen. We know I'm gonna be interrupted. I'm glad to see you unharmed, my friend. By Maxine's report, the people of the Twelves would owe you many thanks for vanquishing the Void-Sent Lord. Yet its death does leave a question. Who summoned the Feeds, if not the Lambs of Dalamud? My friend, saw you aught within those sinister walls that might provide the answer? Not another living soul, you say? How curious. Could it be that the summoner quit the keep, then? Yes. Unless... In your last venture inside, you came upon cultists attempting to summon Void-Sent. This time, did you perchance see their remains upon the ground? Huh, then I know the truth of it. 'Twas no living soul who brought the Void-Sent upon us. No, it was the blood of the lands of Dalamud, the very same that stains the ground. Dark sigils drawn by the cultists must have been finished but for a sacrifice. How ironic that their own blood should bring the rites to completion. It was mere coincidence and nothing more. No sinister forces here conspire, no mortals eagerly beckoned Void-Sent into our realm. They may put this matter to rest. Save for the Void-Sent Lord at the heart of the keep. I had assumed it was an unthinking brute, but from what you said of its manner, mayhap it had cunning aplenty. Indeed, this fiend could have beguiled the Lambs of Dalamud into all of this. If dark forces are able to so lead mortals, then grim days lie ahead of us. But such ill musings do not suit your victory. I shall enjoy this respite from danger, as I hope you shall too. Go well, and rest assured that Arun Senna will learn of your valor this day. Well, damn, I made it through without getting yoinked away. You know what? Let's do other chores that I've been neglecting. Of course. Jeez. Jeez. Oh, jeez. Jeez. Oh, jeez. Just a little too slow on the uptake to do a limit break. Hey. Eek. Oh boy. Very big one, yeah. Yep. Sir. Shit. Shit. kidding me? Can't say I blame you there, buddy. Jesus, okay. Oh, Jesus. No, really? Where did you get that idea? Oh, Jesus. Woo! It almost succeeded a couple times there. Yep. Yeah, we got an Easter event on our hands. Excellent work. Not only did you reveal the cause of the ethereal fluctuations, you were able to remove the threat entirely. Thanks to you, the researchers have already completed their preliminary observations. Hiding eggs and letting people go look for them. So standard fare as in the real world. Their findings were somewhat surprising. The Crystal Tower appears not to have been created by the Ronkins or any other known civilization. Its origins are veiled in mystery, much like the Exarch and yourself. Forgive me, it is not the time for idle speculation. We have, however, recovered an artifact, though its purpose is unclear. It may even be purely decorative. Yep. We're aliens, but don't tell anyone. Have you ever encountered anything like this? Has come to carry out our plan. Actually, hang on. Has come to carry out our plan. This will be my last recording. With the tower activated and the temporal displacement apparatus online, all that remains is to throw the switch and pray. I'm sorry, I truly am. I wish there was another way. But you are our best chance of success, our only hope. Your gift will allow you to become one with the tower and survive the journey through time and space. Were our technology as advanced as that of the Alligans, perhaps we could have gone with you. Alas, it was not to be. But when you are finally reunited, all of the hardship, all of the sacrifice will have been worth it, I'm sure. Just promise me you'll spare a thought for those you leave behind. We will be thinking of you too, for as long as this world lasts, though I fear it will not be for much longer.
This is Bruce, Vertica's name, 18th President of Garland Ironworks, signing off. May the 12th be at your side, Grahatia. Just...
A person's voice coming from a machine? To be honest, I cannot make head nor tail of it. Do you have any idea what that was about?
Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me.
Yes, I can tell that you know more than you are letting on. Very well, I will not begrudge you your secrets. The one thing was clear, even to me. The people who left the message were facing a great catastrophe. They placed their faith in the Crystal Tower in much the same way we have done ever since the Flood of Light. Our prayers for salvation were answered when you and the Exarch returned the night to us and freed us from the terror of the Sin Eaters. I sense that this was all made possible by those people from a time long forgotten. We should do our utmost to learn more of them. Perhaps the researchers will uncover more of these messages. In any case, you have performed admirably in service of the Crystarium. We may have need of your strength and guidance in days to come. Until then, fare you well. You should drag the Exarch over to hear this, in case he hasn't already. Exactly. Well, if it isn't the great hunter himself. As if you don't know, all 4 of the cardinal virtues laid low, all with your help. You're the talk of the stairs, Sfarin. When the knight returned to Lakeland, we knew in our hearts that change was on the horizon, but never did I dare hope that you might help rid us of those terrible fiends. You've surpassed my wildest expectations. Not mine, Glenard. When I first laid eyes on him, I had an inkling that he was a hero we'd been waiting to come along. Easy to claim after the fact. If you'd indulge me, though, I would love to hear you tell how it all played out. The hunting of the virtues, that is. My word, there's so much more to it than I realized. And there I thought you'd only had to track down the bloody things. Gods, though, the things you learned about the Warriors of Light. So many secrets and details lost over time. Yeah, it made us very sad. And for all their hard work and sacrifice, they somehow brought about the flood? Can't say I understand it at all, but it's a bloody tragedy it is. We should gather the others and toast their memories. Heroes of Eld, brave and true, meant to be remembered forevermore. Now, I'll thank you not to let your bleeding heart drive you to offer up a fortnight's stock of spirits. Attend to your other customers and let me speak with the hero of here and now. Whatever would I do without your good sense and wisdom? Very well, I'll leave you to entertain him, but don't think we won't be having that drink someday. Spar, and I must thank you for sharing with us such incredible tales. It's only right that I repay you in kind. Right. With the ending, that is. With the story of the true villain who towers above the virtues, the devil more deserving of death than any that yet lingers in this world. If your curiosity has been piqued, then meet with me atop the balcony overlooking the crystalline mean. I'll be waiting there until you do. Oh yes, there is a dangling thread that we have yet to wrap up, isn't there? You came, as I knew you would. Never met a mystery you could leave well enough alone. Or a demon that you could let live, am I right? And this demon is undeniably deserving of death, make no mistake. To cut them down would be just and proper. The act of a goodly person. And that is just what you are, I can see that. No need to grow impatient or be offended, my friend. But before you pass judgment on this villain, you need first understand their part in everything. Who they were to the fallen warriors of light, for instance. Of course, right now you must be wondering how I know what I know. What a tavern wench of all people has got to do with any of this. Let me tell you then. I am the one who brought together the virtue hunters. I am the one who marked you as a potential ally to them and bade you join them in their quests. I alone knew what had to be done, and what sort of sinner would be needed to see this tale of tragedy and betrayal brought to an end. But come, we have many malms ahead of us still. The Colusia and the Codger's Crook. I'll go on ahead and wait for you there. And god damn it, I didn't realize how long the, didn't realize my mic was off. I'm reading to myself out loud. This place too is familiar to you, no? From days recent and long since past. After the events in Almarang, Ardbert and his comrades grew in fame, spurring others to entreat their aid. The adventurers sought out greater and greater challenges, and in pursuit of another they came to Raftika. While here, the hunter Renda Ray learned that the notorious mark Balang Quits was near, and so, under cover of darkness, she slipped away from the others to slay the beast by herself. Like Niobear before, of course, you already know what her motive was. Balang Quits had robbed her of her fellow hunters. Only vengeance would redress the balance. Moreover, she would not dare risk the lives of her new comrades, so terrified was she of the mere possibility that she might have to relive that terrible day. And so she faced Balam Quits alone, and would have surely died for it, had Ardbert and the others not arrived in time to help. Like Niobear before, of course, you already know what happened next. For her love, her conviction, and her resolve was she chosen by Heidelin. And from that day forward, Renda Ray swore never again to betray her comrades' trust, to share with them the triumphs and the tragedies, to relinquish the freedom she had once held in the highest. The bravest, most courageous hunter that ever was, that moment would define what she became in life, and in death. Her sacrifice would hasten the transformation, was fuel for the ritual to come. The betrayer Silva looked on, yet more satisfied. They were oblivious to her machinations, unaware that they were dancing to her tune. Their journeys continued, and so must ours, to Ilmeg and Lahigia. As beautiful now as it was then. You saw it too, would you not agree? With the death of Belonquitz, the legend of Ardbert and his comrades had grown larger than ever. Thus emboldened, they came to the kingdom of Vobert. Vobert had long been troubled by what some had dubbed a magical plague, innocents found transformed into misshapen fiends that the kingdom's knights had no choice but to put down ere the contagion spread. Brandon had been one such knight. In his youth, he had served the Princess Saldia faithfully, only to be cast out for a single mistake. Thus did he take to the road where he met Ardbert and the others. Having grown stronger and wiser and more respected, Brandon felt it was time to return and redeem himself, and with the aid of his comrades, he did just that. Patrick, the court mage, was unmasked as the mastermind of Obert's misery, and by disgraced knight's blade was he brought to justice. But with his dying breath, Tadric cursed the Princess Saldia, sentencing her to a fate worse than death. At her behest did he raise up his blade, and for the sake of the kingdom, strike down his liege lady. That single stroke he forever changed, though nearly not in the way that was necessary. He stood at the precipice and almost forsook his compassion for unflinching judgment, but mercifully turned aside at the last. Thus did he find and embrace true justice, that which weighs law and heart together and strives for the greater good. To the long, difficult road from which many stray, settling for simpler moralities, but I would expect no less of the man who became Dikaiosine. His sacrifice would strengthen the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. As her companions grew ever more powerful, so too did the betrayer Silva. Bit by bit, they brought her closer to her goal. But it was not yet finished. To Colusia they returned, and so must we. Tomra and the next chapter of our tale await. Slowly but surely, the adventurers were fulfilling their potential. Word of their deeds in Vobert spread like wildfire, and their legend grew ever larger. But for all their success, the fledgling heroes would be forced to endure more hardship and welcome more sacrifice. They pressed deeper into the depths of Ratktika, towards ancient Ranka. It was there that the dwarf Limit came to a crossroads, for in claiming the magic she desperately desired, she would be forced to renounce something equally precious. Dwarves are a reclusive lot, wont to withdraw from the outside world that their many traditions might be preserved in isolation. When the stone blight began to spread, they chose to lock away the afflicted and refused to seek outside help. The Limit would not abide this. She vowed to save her ailing kin, her sister among them, even if it meant violating dwarven law. With her newfound power, she returned and cured the sick, and for this she was banished by the Council of Elders. This came as no surprise, for she had made her peace with it long before. When she stood in that ancient ruin and called upon forgotten guardians to grant her forbidden knowledge, she knew then what the price would be. She'd weighed her traditions and identity against the lives of those she loved and made her choice. It would pain her terribly and in ways only a dwarf could understand. And Heidelin, it would seem. Through hardship and sacrifice was a new warrior of light forged, a healer that knew more than any the value of a life and would do anything to see it preserved, even in death. Her sacrifice would nearly complete the transformation. It was fuel for the ritual to come. Very soon, then. Very soon. For Ardbert and his comrades had stumbled upon evidence of the larger design, threads linking together the disparate troubles of the realm. A name spoken only in whispers. The Shadowkeeper. A singular force sowing chaos and discord throughout Norvrent to an unknown end. If the Warriors of Light truly wished to save their world, then they would need to confront this villain amongst villains. And at the end of their exhaustive search, at the end of their struggle, Who do you think they found waiting to welcome them with open arms? The answer to that awaits us in Lakeland, our final destination. The villain yet walks among us, Farin, unknown and unpunished. Go on ahead and wait for me at Laxen Loft. There are preparations to which I must first attend. I don't know what you're talking about. Seems totally on the up and up to me. He's storming out. Damn you, Silva. We were comrades in arms, friends. That we were and that we are. Everything I said, everything I felt, it was all true. You mean the world to me. Or the bloody Shadowkeeper. What in the hells was this for? For you, for every one of you, to forge you into heroes worthy of her blessing, that she might choose you as her champions. A ruthless mage consumed by the pursuit of power to save his friend no matter the cost, by his sacrifice a warrior born. A mournful hunter scarred by tragedy resolved never again to trust in others, by her sacrifice a warrior born. A disgraced knight who yearned to steal his heart in justice's name, by his sacrifice a warrior born. A troubled healer torn between tradition and love, by her sacrifice a warrior born. And their leader, an adventurer with a heart overflowing with love for his dearest comrades, must now bring his axe to bear against his own. By his sacrifice, a warrior born. I am the villain you seek, the keeper of shadows from a world shrouded in dark. By our struggle will this world be shattered and its soul saved. Silva? Oh. Saw it all, did you? I thought you might. Mother's gift has a knack for showing us exactly what we need to see, if not what we want to, or when. They knew me as Silva, but my real name, it doesn't matter. Like you, I am not of this world. I crossed the rift and came to the first. My home, the 13th, felt dark in a calamity that mirrored the one which nearly claimed this world. I was one of several heroes who failed to save it. The boy, Unukalhai, I have glimpsed him in your memories. He was a friend. Like him, I heeded the words of the Asians, and, that I might redress the balance, I chose to come here and hasten the rejoining of worlds. Shard subsumed by dark demands a mirror of blinding light. Primordial forces will strive to achieve equilibrium. There was a solution. A single solution, I believed. Were a flood of light to consume this shard in its entirety, it would be of no use. The Asians made it clear it must be brought to the brink, but no further. The task was difficult, but the plan simple. Souls predisposed to light, fledgling heroes in the making. I would bring together Ardbert and his comrades and groom them for a higher purpose. I would play the part of comrade and guide their course, all the while laboring in secret to pit stronger and stronger enemies against them. Until finally, once they were warriors of light, brave and true, I would reveal myself as a warrior of darkness and extinguish their radiance forever. Thus would this world be primed for a rejoining and the source for a calamity. The Asians, who called themselves Mitron and Low Grief, were confident it would succeed, and indeed Ardbert and the others rose to the occasion, as I knew they would. It was not to be. I had misjudged Ardbert. His comrades before him had made their sacrifices in turn, and as their mirror, I had grown stronger for it. Had he but embraced his role and struck me down, victory would have been mine. But Ardbert, dear Ardbert, would not forsake his heart. In the end, he chose mercy, he chose love, and I was undone. The rest you know. He sought out Mitron and Logrief and granted them what he refused me. They accomplished everything they set out to achieve, and then the flood came and washed it away. In the wake of my betrayal, I would look on from the shadows and reflect on my many sins as all fell to ruin. Denied death, then and now, and perhaps ever after, as a fragment of my essence endures. But then, one day years ago, my fallen comrades rose again as the cardinal virtues. It coincided with the arrival of the first scions, I later realized. A defense against the forces being marshaled to undo my failure. I can but assume the Asians planted the idea in Valtry's head. They were his creations, after all, and with their graves in Yulmoran territory, it was doubtless a simple matter to have their bodies exhumed and prepared. Who am I to speak, you may think when I say this, but when I saw these abominations he had wrought in their image, I was filled with such despair, such anger. I cannot unwrite the past. My soul is stained with blackest sin, and I will not pretend that I can ever be otherwise. But this act, this I could not ignore. If the Asians were going to such lengths, then surely others would cross the rift in due time. And so I hatched a plan. I would assume the guise of Ciela, and as her, take up residence in the Crystarium, where I would take measures to bring together the most ambitious of adventurers. Individuals driven by more than mere coin. Virtue hunters. That day, when the enemy the Asians feared more than any came to the first, the stage would be set. They would join in the hunter's quests and together unmake Valtry's simulacra and lay their souls to rest once more. And so you did, Svarin. The virtues are no more. But the one ultimately responsible for their creation, the devil who set them on their doomed path, lingers still. You know all there is to know of the heroes who saved this world. The truth I kept hidden in the shadows is yours, and there are no more secrets to share. So I ask you now to grant me that which Ardbert could not. Death.
You still have a duty to others.
Also, maybe don't ask the necromancer to kill you. No, don't do this. Don't you spare me like he did. How can you stand there and say I deserve to live, knowing everything I did, the lives I destroyed, the chaos I wrought? The warden's pale in comparison. Surely there's no greater villain than the Shadowkeeper. Yes.
Death is no comfort to the living.
It would be for my own benefit, that I cannot deny. And if I'm to indulge in one final act of selfishness, you'll make me do it myself, won't you? Make me confront the cowardice of it. The ugly truth that I'd rather run away than try to seek atonement. Yeah, of course we do the same thing as him. Perhaps I may yet find purpose in preserving my comrades' legacy, and helping others to understand the sacrifices that made them true heroes. For now, I shall return to the Crystarium and continue to assist Glynnard, while spreading the forgotten tales of the Warriors of Light. You had been good friends, you and Ardbert, in another life.
You're more right than you know.
Maybe you and I as well. I tell you, I'm not at all accustomed to wearing armor any longer. Simply moving about in it is enough to tax my strength. And fighting? Any one of Captain Lena's recruits could probably put me flat on my back. Fortunately, I needn't rely on my sword to spread the truth of my fallen comrades' deeds. Only words and the passage of time will see their legacy redeemed in the eyes of the people. Thank you for accompanying me on my journey of remembrance, Farin. May your deeds ever be remembered and celebrated as all heroes deserve. Yeah, it would have been a very one-sided fight. Let's be very real here. Now, if I remember correctly... No, I am not going to advance the main quest yet. Is he in here? Or am I mistaken? Am I thinking of the other one? Nope, there he is. No, the boy has nothing to say to me. The main quest is a myth. We got so much to do. That isn't the main quest. I hope the desert creatures didn't give you too much trouble on the way here. I doubt they posed any sort of challenge to him. Not that I could say the same with confidence about whatever fiend may be waiting for us out there. Even if the light that Reen sends turns out to be nothing of consequence, the Empty is hardly the most welcoming of places. Anything that could survive out there is not to be trifled with. Moreover, it should be reiterated that the light-blasted wasteland poseth as severe a threat as any foe we might face. In any event, we are in agreement that this phenomenon doth warrant investigation, though for lack of more precise means of navigation, we must needs rely on Reen's innate abilities to guide us. I have formed several hypotheses regarding the nature of the light, but speculation is a poor substitute for first-hand observation. There will be plenty of time for us to talk about it on the way. Is the Sky Slipper ready, Thancred? Ready to take us wherever we need to go, aye. Back again, too, maybe, if we ask it nicely. Though the light hath been expunged from Norvrent, the ambient aether of the Empty is still corrupted. Dangerously so, in fact. The flood of light devastated everything in its wake. Soil, the air, the water, all rendered incapable of supporting life. It is due to this imbalance that the Empty remaineth utterly uninhabitable, even a century thereafter. That's why we're taking every possible precaution. Between the aetherometers I've packed and Reen's unique abilities, we should be able to detect and measure any fluctuations in our alignments. According to the Crystarium scouts, a few days out there won't affect us to any noticeable degree, but much longer than that, when we risk becoming sin-eaters. Since we still don't know how chocobos and Amaru will fare in the Empty, we opted for a more mechanical mode of transportation. This comes courtesy of the researchers at the Mean, who found it in the Crystal Tower and restored it to working order. It's quite safe, I promise. The person in charge said he'll have parts delivered from the Crystarium should anything break. He seemed quite eager to see what we bring back from the Empty, even though I told him we're not hunting for treasure. I'll introduce you if we have a chance to stop by Mordsuk at some point. Anyway, I think that covers everything. When you're ready to leave, just say the word. The word. Well then, shall we? Head for the Empty. With a name like the Empty, I wasn't expecting much in the way of pleasant scenery, but this is downright depressing. The look on the land swallowed by the flood with mine own eyes is a chilling sight indeed. Approximately 9/10 of the world are as this, a sight all but wiped clean. Were it not for the warriors of darkness and Minfilia. Reen, are you sure we're heading in the right direction? Yes, I'm certain. There's no telling how far away it is, though. Nothing for it but to keep going, then. You two back there may as well take a nap. I have a feeling we've a good few mons ahead of us. If only he had been born in a world with trucks. I have to say, it's a touch larger than I was expecting, and isn't sleeping. No, it's waking up. I don't like the sound of that.
Is it a light warden?
No, I don't think so. Instead of being filled with light, it is light.
I'll poke it in a moment.
The first Sin Eater. Long have I strived to unravel the mystery surrounding the flood of light, to discover what set that terrible cataclysm in motion. Every thread led to the same conclusion, the same single point. Or single being. I have reason to believe that the entity we see before us is the first Sin Eater, the instigator of the flood, the very foe Minfilia vanquished a century ago. She gave everything she had and won. This abomination could undo her work. Aye, the possibility cannot be denied, though it is oft said that destruction and creation are two sides of the same coin. Me, knowest thou of what I speak? Power to shape reality, to bend the laws of nature, for what was once shattered may be forged anew. It's all well and good, but don't you think we should give it a name first? Eden. Utopia in Fae. A most auspicious title. Now that that's settled, perhaps we should find a spot to set up camp. I even brought a couple of tents on the off chance, but pitching the damn things is something of a fine art. Does anyone fancy helping me? Pookie makes for a fine nickname. I never realized that putting tents up could be such a bother. Still, I'm glad that we got there in the end. Hagrid should be back from scouting the area soon. Once he's here, we can plan our next move. During the course of your investigation, you may discover valuable artifacts. These can be exchanged for equipment by speaking with Gulgul and Mordsuk or Yal in Yulmore. It looks pretty soft from here. I wonder what's taking Thancred so long. Ah, there he is. Well, that was rather uneventful. Not that I'm complaining. Did you find anything? No, thankfully. There's naught but barren plains in every direction, apart from Eden, obviously. I tried approaching it, and the brute didn't even seem to notice me. I thought it best not to tempt fate, so I withdrew. We should act now, before it's fully awake. Meaning what, exactly? When I think about the flood of light, I get the feeling that rather than destroying everything in its path, what it actually did was stop the flow of aether. Of course, that meant that all of the plants, animals, and people here could no longer survive. They must have crumbled to dust in the air since. But the aether is still here, lying dormant. Eden is the one that caused it. Maybe it can get it flowing again. I don't know for certain, but I think I can use Eden to bring life back to the empty. Now, hold on a moment. What makes you think that's even possible? And how do you expect to control that kind of power? Mean's aspirations may not be as preposterous as thou dost surmise. I believe Minfilia halted the flood of light's advance not by destroying Eden, but by silencing it. And in so doing, she hath gifted us an opportunity too precious to waste. Even now, the flame of hope burns on. I, as Minfilia's successor, it standeth to reason that Reen doth possess the means to exert her will over Eden, but such a monumental task is not to be taken lightly. What sayest thou, Svarin?
I imagine it's easier said than done.
Yes, you're probably right, but I have to try. Very well, Reen, you've made up your mind. So, how should we go about this? I have an idea. I've been studying it carefully ever since we arrived, and it seems to me that the light is more concentrated at a certain point. I suppose you could call it the core. A giant Talos had a core too. Like a beating heart, it controlled the flow of aether. If Eden's core is the same, perhaps we could use it to restore the etheric balance? The theory is certainly sound. By employing Aethernet's shards as beacons, mayhap we could trace the ethereal flow to Eden's core, and in so doing secure the means to teleport to the very heart of the beast. Thankfully, the Settlement Council has kindly furnished us with a plethora of apparatus by which to perform such feats. However, we must needs first have Reen study the entity's interior and chart us a suitable course. Once we have reached our destination, I shall fabricate a means by which you may directly communicate with Eden, and mayhap exert a measure of control over it. You can really do that, Uriachi? All credit is due to a dear friend, a gentle soul long since departed, who imparted to me a wealth of knowledge concerning aetherology. Although I am certain she would be all too quick to chastise my methodology. Excuse me for interrupting this trip down memory lane, but I don't imagine that Eden will be too happy about us rummaging about in its innards, for want of a better term. In all seriousness, though, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of welcoming party arranged for intruders. Perhaps you had best lead the way, Svarin. It's true that he's the only one who can defeat a Light Warden, but I'd rather not rely on him any more than we have to. Yes, I haven't forgotten what happened when he absorbed too much light. But as Alice said, making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. Now, I wish I could put down wardens myself, but the simple fact is I can't, and there's no point pretending I can. That's why I'm asking Svarin. And perhaps I could... You already have a job to do, remember? The only reason this plan even has a chance of success is because of your involvement. We need you to concentrate on the task at hand and guide us to the core. Not only that, you'll have to keep an eye on Eden itself. If we somehow manage to make it angry, get us out of there. Are you sure you want to go through with this?
What I do best.
I won't let you down. Though we will remain here, Reen and I shall do our utmost to guide thee along the ethereal stream. After thou hast reached the exterior, we shall remain in contact via these link pearls, courtesy of our comrades in the Crystarium. Being relics salvaged from the Crystal Tower, I fear they may be somewhat less reliable than those to which thou art accustomed. Well, that was a long preamble. Aha! Alright, let's see how long the queue is. Eight minutes? Okay. I can live with that. So if it creeps up higher than 8 minutes, I'm gonna switch, I swear. Love that Urianger is just staring at me sitting on the ground. Teleportation apparatus hath been calibrated successfully, and I believe the probability of irreversible disintegration to be relatively low.
What do you mean relatively?
We're ready when you are, Svarin. Yeah, real reassuring, Urianger. Alas. What are you up to over here, Thancred? Died of boredom waiting to get in. I can't get this bloody thing lit. It must be because the ether has stopped flowing, just as Reen said. Though if this plan of hers and Urianger's actually works, we might have to stop calling this place the Empty. The way Urianger is staring at me. The necromancer has died again. He'll be fine again eventually. Yes, you do. He was a very nice little ditto. best quality of a ditto. It's Wiggles. Very nice. Hey, I don't got all night. Let's see if this is any faster. Wait time says less than 5 minutes, so... I'm holding you to that game. Ah! Alright, everybody in. Come on, DPS. Don't keep us waiting. careful. Huge amounts of aether rushing to the core. Wait, what's that? Keeper of Knowledge, Eden Prime. I don't like that. I can't imagine most people would like being ganged up on like that. No. Hmm. Ouch. Where'd you go? Crying out loud. There we go. It was just a minor ouchie. I'll grab all these. Mine, all mine. Seems that Thanker's prediction about there being some sort of guardian was right. Thankfully, it was nothing that you couldn't handle. I'm glad to say that you haven't absorbed any light either. So far, so good. Now that the way is clear, the Aethernet shards can send us to the core and back whenever we need. Why don't we give them a try? Once Urianji has activated the device, it's my turn. The time hath come, Reen. Watch over me, Minfilia. Is this supposed to happen? Eden is offering considerable resistance. Not now, not when I'm so close. Urianji! I'm unharmed, but what of Reen? No, you listen to me. Reen, be careful! Uh-oh. I think it's awake now. It worked. I'm in control now, I think. Although I'm now linked to Eden, I still need to figure out how to give it commands. Pray tell, what caused it to convulse so violently? It must have been when Eden rose into the air. I'm still struggling to stop it from drifting too far from the camp. Even now, thou art... Reen, what's going on? Above us, something's coming this way. An enemy! But how dost thou... could it be a Sinier? I can't see them clearly, but... No, that's impossible. What is it? They're inside, too. Lots of them trying to reach the core. Uninvited guests, eh? If I'd known they were coming, I would have tied the place up. Japes are a poor substitute for a viable stratagem. In that case, I suggest that you and I deal with the ones who are already inside. And Svarn can welcome our airborne adversary. Reen, find out if Eden has any defenses we can make use of. Preferably ones that don't recognize us as the enemy. I'm not sure about that, but I can use the Aether Currents to send you wherever you need to go. That's my girl. All right, everyone, we've got work to do. From what I can tell, Eden is able to form simple structures by redirecting Aether, so I'll try to give you something to stand on. When you're ready, head for that portal over there. Let's see if we can squeeze in a second raid. Come on, Eden, show me what you can do. Hurry up and let me in game. The game is being very rude to me. Come on, game, let me in. Come on, game, let me in. No. I'm getting soon. I may just have to call it. You hear that, game? Alas. Really, she'll be stuck there until next week. Getting that dead bun off the ground. That'll be the worst. Don't think it's happening tonight. Alas. We shall have to see if we have better luck next week. Maybe. Thank you all for coming, and have a good evening, everybody.